Oh, my sword's still dark? So I'm about to drop that lure down on y'all. Ugh. So it took me a while to realize, you can't take someone that's led astray and help guide them to understanding. It don't work like that. Of course. Oh, hell yeah. Where you go? Who said that you could do that to me? So this dang old... Ooh. This goth girl still wants to talk to me, even though I've made it clear to her that, you know, she's not good for me because I'm missing class and shit. And that is good for me. To like be at class and to learn and be better. And it's like a gimmick thing. Because I want to find satisfaction inside some sort of finaglement with another person, you know? But it's really just not that easy. Shit. And it's almost like dating is not easy in modern times. We've got too many distractions at the doom box. And because of that, there's just no serenity left. Oh. It's not as dark and abysmal as I'd like to believe. Life has its ups, it has its downs. But to square away how I'm feeling, the necessity of developing great worth, to be able to stand on my own 2 feet in a way that makes me feel like I'm at the top of a mountain. It's a true peace. And it's what I crave. Oh, it's simple. I don't mind being simple. Who am I trying to be extravagant for? Nobody that matters. My peace is developed squarely for my own interest, my own self-interest. And I can't allow that to be squandered by others. I just can't. I can't allow myself to succumb to an emptiness that's brought on from the miscalculations of trying to appease myself, connections with other people. I need to be whimsical with my outreach to betterment. I need to be attached to the deficit of a non-extinguished contingency plan for the future. Matters more. Die by great flames. Oh, weak one. Exactly as I was thinking. Exactly. this the whole thing is I want to feel like I'm making, a positive impact for my future. I don't want to be held back by the limitations of not growing as a person. It's just not doable. I have to experience greater meaning. I had to experience usefulness for the community to extend my own perception of how life works. It's the most important fundamental I can think of, truly. Establish purpose while I'm alive. So I don't have to feel like I'm dead, I know I'm not dead. But sometimes I realize that life has a deeper meaning than just trying to sate yourself with ideas of other people. You have to experience. You have to take off all the limitations that you put on yourself. And I just can't find peace in disorderly people. I can't find peace in people that don't have peace. I can't find peace in people that aren't seeking it. Call that what it is. I'm not sure what it is. Not entirely. But this new world doesn't make sense to me. This new world is ever so encompassing a digital era of hell. And I don't like the digital landscape. It doesn't feel humble. It feels adulterated. It feels like someone decided to add additional information that's just not needed. And because of that, I've experienced much darkness in my determining mind, figure out how things work. I myself am not quite sure how things work. I'm not quite sure about a lot of things, but ignorance is bliss, leading to the statutory of acquiring new strength and knowledge, adapting yourself to the world, and to the ever-changing perspectives that lie within it. But these perspectives that I'm supposed to adapt to, they seem too regulatory. It's like they're destroying my peace of mind by making me think a proposed way that I'm not entirely comfortable with. You gotta get bad money, otherwise you won't survive none. Tell me how it is. Don't really sound fun. Explain to me all the perfect adjustments you make to yourself to experience a fleeting joy and then strive back to help. Oh, that dude just fell off. He's gone. You know, it's like to think, oh yeah, this world is beautiful. I think I can see it with my own two eyes. Oh, those fucking items. Fuck off. Yes. Light those torches. You gotta make this place look pretty. Gotta be well lit. There's people coming over. Greatest fundamental we can think of as man is to develop a sense of attachment to the world that we are part of. To grow as an individual and experience true bliss in the waking world. If we cannot have this, then there is no purpose we can strive for. I've strived to contain the evil as long as I can. The only thing that's preventing me truly from adopting true, pure light is the inevitability that the same bearing darkness that lies within me lies within so many others. I'm connected to the community by this. I'm connected to the other people that serve in this great, resplendent life. But I find myself to this day circumvented by the processes of trying to develop peace. It's not so easy. Just because the defilement, the temptation is present, doesn't mean you have to destroy your soul. So I'm back at Shulva, Sanctum City, it would seem. I'm curious which one I could have been, which one I'm missing, really. I think there's one behind the building that I may have missed. That's what we're looking for. The great stranger. Don't you see? Well, the world may be beautiful. It often lies without purpose, and it lies without finding. Due to this reasoning, we cannot establish a structure if there's none to begin with present. To those that chase the darkness, always remind yourself there's more beauty to life and trying to surround yourself with instant gratifications thrown your way. Life is beautiful. Life goes without context about how beautiful it truly is. How long do you think we can go in life distracted by all the media that wants us to be distracted, not becoming more complete individuals? That damage is too fucking big. Why did no one tell me that this sword was so fucking good way back when? I didn't listen. I've only encountered 2 mimics the entire game. And you know, it gets to me. So I was like, where the fuck are the rest of the hidden treasure chest enemies? I don't see them. I don't feel them. I can't hear them. I don't think they exist. They say the greatnesses that we were promised many moons ago have been destroyed by those that wish to keep us in the darkness of the true happenings of the world. What is this? We aren't able to establish true peace. I always wanted to find something better than just pleading along those beside me, you know? Attempting to understand the world from other perspectives has led me time and time again to the failure of trying to establish my own. And that may sound cynical. Sometimes you need someone to look at life and think, maybe there's something deeper than all we've been told. Maybe what we've been told is so preposterous, we don't dare try to initiate believing in anything that goes against the norm. We don't want to stand up. We don't want to look weird. And it's become quite apparent that this is how most people feel. Life is an abundance, but we want to feel like we're part of the community. But more often than not, the community is substandard, inadequate for our needs of self-discovery. Feeling like we're part of something that matters. Instead, we feel like we're dwelling in nothing. It's the same energy that prevents us from truly experiencing joys beyond the remote world. We can always watch a movie of someone doing something really fucking cool enough times where we can even learn the mannerisms of the actors, the characters that are portrayed. But that doesn't mean that we've established some sort of normalcy and relevancies for our own discoveries of how the world works. I find myself fleeing the temptations of mankind more and more every day. And if the temptations don't hold up with what I'm looking for, discovering laws, I find myself emaciated with ideas that I'd like to absorb, and instead fed with an auger of nothingness. And I don't want that. I don't want to feel like I'm subjected by some state of obliviousness, drawn to an aggregate of, oh, hey, I have to be an asshole. Don't you see? If I wasn't an asshole, I wouldn't be alive. No, that wouldn't be good, would it? I want to be able to experience life and love. My only ideas of how it worked were passed on by other people. That's the main reason I'm in this lonely world all by myself. I care too much about the burning light that exists within all people. Because of that, I want to nourish it to liveliness. I want to see people become strong. And as stupid as it sounds, there are parts of me that want to feel responsible for doing so, to be acknowledged. Personally, help others escape their own hell, showing them the guiding light. But I feel more and more this guiding light that I have encountered substandard to anything that could truly be divine, anything that truly could be with good purpose categorized as helpful. Don't be a fucking mimic. I will go bonkers. Bonkers level crazy, if that's a mimic. No. Yeah. I don't have to light the torches every single time. It's just fun. It's fun to see the beauty of the dark and most grossest level in the game. My place is a constant perplexation. Me trying to find an extension of my own divine spark. I want to capitalize upon what the world could offer us as individuals and truly experience something beyond that state of immeasurable pleasure that no one can truly reach and see if they have the materialistic mind. Hell yeah. You know we have to light every torch. You don't need to explain why. It's important. Explaining shit to people is like one of my least favorite things to do because people don't have the attention span to fucking listen. So they have an important question for me. So I listened. I didn't learn anything. But that's okay. I spouted off something like, do you think you could be my guiding light in this world of darkness? I need to learn something beyond what I already know. I think that your selective artistic soul brings a deep beauty in the recognition for what my heart is looking for. So they're both great swords, but I don't think I can power stance them. Which is dumb. And because of that, I didn't get my fucking souls. So dumb. I like to have people in my life. It's true. But I like the people in my life to have value. Self-value, self-worth, whatever. The beauty inside people that fucking try. But how worthy is it to acquire 9,000 fucking souls? I don't think it's that big of a deal. Yoink. What's going on here? I'm substitute reality, full of fear. Damn, they really added all this crap here, huh? Almost a little scared to see what I might find. But it seems like Mr. Wandering Jester is getting some shit fucking taken care of, so that's cool. Haha. Holy fucking super tree. We going up. The Roy the Explorer is getting royally fucked up. Hell yeah, items I can't fucking use. Oh, this dude? Dark Orb is fucking good. Fuck you. I defeat the bad guy, but I set too much fucking fire on fire, so I had to fucking disconnect. Dumb. Oh, fucking Spotify's running. Fuck that. Oh no, I'm gonna lose process in the fucking video game. That one firebomb. It was that one fucking firebomb. I'm invaded again? Oh. Oh, he died, which is good. No beautiful lady. No, don't knock me off. Take that, Tubby. What? That's crazy. I just fucking summoned you. You're going down, bad guy. Fucking retard. You can't fix your statue. Oh, shit. You. Why you no attack? Don't kill me. Die by fire! You see, they moved the headstones, but they didn't move the fucking bodies. And you can see that clearly from what's going on in this room here. But that's alright, it's no worry. Now let's see. Spider seems to be the only thing I have left. You got any new spells, clown?
One day my teachings will...
One day your teachings, wah, wah, wah. Where's the long one? Do I need to go down the long one, or do I need to go down that one? Don't let me overshoot. I definitely overshot that. Fuck! You know, I'm here. And that means I can use that other forgotten key. Yo, fuck you! Oh, no fuck you. So that tree thing just comes back to life, I guess? How dare you come down here?
Young undead, don't let this curse weigh on you. We meet younger.
There's only one more door I have to use, but I don't want to go through it. Nope. I had to delete the goth girl from my fucking Spotify family because she ain't cool like that. She ain't cool enough, you know? You and I both know there's only one way to find the creative solace that we're looking for. It's a known fact. All people want purpose, but not all purpose can be easily fundamental the way that we would like. And because of this, we're stuck infantizing the ideas and concepts we so solemnly look for to find peace and liberation from others. Because of this, the darkness is not as forgivable as people would like it to be. But I believe that the biggest thing that determines our worth, how much effort we put in to strive to be better. And who knows? One day, we just might find out everything was worth it. They think they got me beat, but I can jump over this shit. Oh! Oh! I'd like to help you defeat your bad guys. Oh. Wait, they put spinny death bobbies here. It's basically the catacombs again. Fuck you. You know they lie in those things, right? Always so close, but always so far away from the truth. It's interesting how that works. Huh? Sometimes I truly think that's the wisest decision in the world to just take a piss up. Shit! rat tails.
Leave this. We have no humans. Is there? House rejoice since permit me. I swear is. Thou hast the eyes of one. Take this ring. The ring drew where I will.
Oh, piss again. I got it. Pee-pee again. The strangest part is I wonder where they moved that bonfire. It was not. Or maybe it was the one that all the way up at the top. That would make sense. Oh, an hour and 12 minutes, huh? I'd say very Trumpasso. Pizza dime all gone. I don't understand that. Is that Spanish? Why so bitter? What happens? Tell me. Oh, there's actually people fucking talking in the chat. Crazy. Stating the rating. Exactly. It's not muy bien. Definitely not muy bien. No muy bueno either. Hello, did you not know the longest word is... That's a long word. And it doesn't talk us back. I don't have the thing facing me. I got the thing facing the screen. It's the phone. Did you know the first four in the Silent Hill are about love? That's not the game is. Or the other ghosts. God, I'll explain to this in the most prophetic way that I can. Because sometimes that's what people are looking for.
Bluetooth mode.
I believe it's nice enough that I don't need to have the AC on any longer. So now that I'm outside in the Twisted Kingdom, explain to you with the purpose of what is going on, so you may be a little bit more allocated. What's happening? So basically, I can't use the phone aimed at the computer and like talk because I'm playing the game and the camera is on the front that I'm using. I have it on a tripod. It's because of that. Because of that, I'm not able to like look at the comments. So I've been able to acquire a little bit more structure and self-worth in my life. But I always find the same kind of people that will drill that piece away from me. People that don't try, people that spend all their fucking money and love the substance abuse. And these are the people that judge me, try to make my life hell because I'm a little eccentric, because I'm cringe in their eyes. But the most cringe thing in the world is pretend to be something you're not. And a lot of people pretend to be decent people because of that. That's pretty fucking cringe. Get stuck in the avenues of trying to understand there is more to life than just trying to materialize worth with others. Because you'll meet more people in life that serve no purpose. They don't want to serve a purpose. They want to chill back, take it easy. That's the sad thing. You can't take it easy in life. Life is about being alive. It's about surviving. It's not about finding comfort in bed and comfort on the couch all day with TV. You want to be able to experience the hues and the smells of nature. It opens up your perspectives and allows you to change, become a better person. You can learn more by observing animals in nature and watching them observe nature as well. Because we personify ourselves so deeply as one of the most conscious creatures. But there's everything. Everything around us perceives nature. Everything around us perceives life. Animals have emotions. Animals have thought processes. Even the trees, will let you know. Your plants will let you know, hey, there's too much water, not enough water. There's something in the soil I don't like. There's fucking bugs in the soil. The world is finitely tied to one living soul that's dispersed between all living things, and it's in disorder because we're fed the concept of trying to hate each other because the media says that's cool. They say that we should hate each other. They say that race is a dividing factor. They say that your income is a dividing factor, and you really should circle your mind around all these concepts. I guess I feel stuck right now because with all my life experiences, I feel like a seasoned war veteran in a field of people that are completely oblivious to how hard and emotionally, not draining, but emotionally scarring life can be. Because the majority of the people that I talk to, their deepest thing is, oh, I've gone through drugs, and drugs made my life difficult, so I'd be sober now. But it's like, it wasn't necessarily that drugs made my life difficult, it's that people made my life difficult, and I didn't have the my own sanctum. I didn't have my own peace chamber, if you will, back then. So I was drilled to the authority of other people that had bad planning. And that's how it always is. The majority of the people that I met back in the day were still stuck being teenagers, even though they were my age in their mid-20s. So it's a destructive cycle of finding not destructive people, but discovering that there are more self-destructive people out there that don't mind sinking your ship while they're a guest, while they're aboard it. You go to the pier and pick them up for a good time, and they decide to shoot up heroin to nod off in your car and then make a scene out in public. So my choice in friends is that the majority of the people I've met lack ambition and are incredibly mature. And I'm a little goofy of a guy. Exactly. It's not that I'm necessarily burning myself structurally. I needed to grow out of so much of my mentality to become who I am now. I mean, I'm not that young, but I'm not fucking old either. I keep myself in good shape by eating right and exercising. And this doesn't fucking help, but to some sense, these things do kind of help. One could say that I have hyperactivity disorder, ADHD without the, attention deficit. I'm very lively. I'm filled with the folly of life still. And I get on people's nerves. The people I get on the nerves of, these are the people that are self-righteous, self-loathing people that come to work fucking hungover. They make it everyone's fucking problem. Anybody that wants to experience an ounce of joy in their life, they have to target them and make them ridicule them and silence them because they want the world to function at their level. And the level that most people that I've met in job places are, they come in hungover and they have to get a little bit of coke in their system to function even at a fraction of the level I do when I'm sober. And if I'm on drugs, fuck, it's game over. I can still do everything perfectly. But on top of that, I have the amount of energy to really cause ripples in the ethosphere around me. I don't consider myself better than anybody else. I consider myself putting myself in a position to seek better things and to become stronger than the mass majority of people that are comfort seeking. There are other people like me that have the ability to work hard and want better things in life. I didn't like being homeless. I didn't like being surrounded by a bunch of druggies. Now I'm at the point where I have a home, and there's people doing drugs and I don't want them there. I can just tell them to leave, or just don't do drugs with people that I don't really trust. Time is a wonderful thing. I've aligned myself with education, a fun, cool job where I get to meet famous people and set up cool stages and stuff. The live entertainment field has done wonders for me, and being around other, musically and creatively entangled people has developed a deeper part of me in the community. I like the music stuff. I like the music school. I like the people there. I get so scared because I don't feel like I'm worthy enough to talk to certain people because I was indignified by a lot of people for the last few years because of my inability to drive a vehicle. Now I'm at the stage where I have a vehicle and I'm just trying to figure out an extremely difficult insurance thing so I can get behind the wheel again. And it's just really difficult, and it weighs a lot on my emotional state because, I want to be dependable. I am one of those people that don't mind helping people because I already help myself first to get everything I need done right away. And if I have time to spare, if there's someone struggling, I don't mind giving them a hand because, it's cool to be a humanitarian. It's cool to help people out of their struggles because you could see someone struggling and help them, and then they could go on to something better, like maybe watching TV or listening to fucking music or playing on their phone. I was born with a state of thinking that developed over time where I realized I'm impervious to a lot of the destruction that people try to cause to themselves and try to cause to others. I'm impervious to it because I've only noticed small things change. Small things are taken away from me. The trade-off of someone robbing me of $12 is if they rob me for $12, I got the wealth of knowing I can't trust them. And that is more expensive to me, is the ability to perceive. People works on needs filled. Doesn't matter how they saw you yesterday. I'm a big person of not necessarily first impressions, but not necessarily giving a fuck what other people think of me because I do the job, I get it done, and I do energy and enthusiasm. Then in the workplace, especially one around customers, they like energy and enthusiasm. They don't really. I mean, I know people that their whole life is bragging about how much money they make, but they never have any money because he's fucking spending on shit all the time. I know people that will make fun of you for not being able to drive a car, and then they'll give you a ride home, and then speed to show you how cool they are driving fast, and the cops pull them over. And these people are driving on a fucking suspended license, making fun of you for having a suspended license. It's like online, on Instagram or some shit, when someone makes fun of someone else for having a private profile, but that same person has a private profile. I don't care about privacy. You could come and stalk me and spam me with messages, but I don't see the importance of necessarily blocking somebody. I don't want to have that lack of availability. I want them to develop the sense to leave me alone if I don't want to talk to them. It doesn't have to come down to the lack of diplomacy. I don't want to cut myself away from the temptation of someone being there. They should just know not to want to talk to me because I don't want to talk to them. Someone phases out of my life. I don't want to feel like this is Fort Knox and they're not allowed in. I give people unlimited chances to redeem themselves because it sucks. Because I know people go through shit. I know people have their own emotions, their own perceptions of things. Some people handle not being able to see their kids by fucking drinking all the time and make an ass out of themselves and not trying to get a job and not trying to be stable, so they just fucking fall apart. I wouldn't say I'm messy, but I definitely don't like to run a clean show. I'm one of those. I like to be as organized as possible, but I can still sift my way through the chaos. I am the hay in the needle stack. You know, you got to dig through all the pain to find the one seemingly useless thing that's different than the rest, but it won't harm you. When I say seemingly, because what use should I have for other people? I like to help them, but that doesn't mean I want to be a people pleasing asset and tool of the world. I decide to help people because I like to see the light in someone's eyes being alleviated of their stresses and their pressures. But that doesn't mean that I'm doing it for any kind of self gain or to hear a thank you. I'm doing it because I just don't like seeing people fucking suffer. I suffered enough and I understand how deep it goes. I'd say the deepest thing is I know who I am as a person and I understand the grasp of having a better life is within me and within my reach. And it just comes to the determination of following the recommended steps to achieve what I need to get done. And that's the deepest thing about it. My goals are mostly achieved for now. I don't own a fucking home, but that's not my goal right now. Is not to own a home. I have an apartment. Well, that's the thing. Is I am giving myself time. I'm not super worried and pressing for time. I was homeless 4 years ago. Now I'm staying in my own place that I've been able to stay in since November. That's like 6 months now. So I'm not too worried about anything because I'm safer than I was in the past when I had to rely on other people for shelter. I have my own shelter now. I have my own expenses. I have my own, way of life that's helping me thrive to become a stronger, better person. Granted, once all the school's up, I'm going to have to get, a second job because my job just doesn't have the hours that I'm looking for. I like it, but it's kind of like if something comes up, they'll call you, but there's also 627 people that work in the company. So they got to give jobs to everybody. So that's what that is. But right now, I'm financially set. Right now, I'm in a nice situation where I'm comfortable. And the only thing I really had to do is work out my insurance problems so I can get, you know, back behind the wheel again. Losing your license in a different state's difficult because it would be a lot easier if I decided to move back to New England, but I don't want to do that because it's too expensive. I'd have no place to go. I'd probably just have to check into a homeless shelter just so I could acquire the insurance needed to be able to drive a car that's here. But then I'd be a New Hampshire resident, not a Florida resident. So the whole point of being able to get a Florida license is I'm living here and I want to stay here. I don't want to go to the cold and the snow and the unforgiving fucking winters that last fucking 6 months. I don't want that. I like it. The coldest that it gets is like 50 degrees in the winter. I like that In the summer, if it gets too unbearable, I can just find some shade or go in some AC. It's a lot better way of life here because you can really materialize so much exercise and health without even fucking trying. Is the humidity and the heat really helps you out. I eat less. I do more. And go again from there. I am in one place. I'm settled right here. This is the place that I'm settled in. This is my apartment, my school, my job, my structure enveloping back into shape. I'll be just as powerful as I was 5 years ago, but with the newfound wisdom and perspectives that have changed me for the better. And because of that, I don't fear the future. I'm an impatient person sometimes, but that's just because I know what I need to do and how to do it, but I have to work patiently with other people. And it's a process. You can't always get everything done on your own these days. Sometimes you have to work with other people. And those people, I wouldn't say that they're taking their time. They're doing the things at normal human speed while I'm doing it at fucking sober crackhead level. But it's not like in these fucking things. I hate these. I hate fucking smoking cigarettes. But I'll explain why I do it. I get stressed out. I quit for 2 years. And here I am buying the fucking things again. I'm stressed. I'm stressed out. I'm stressed out, and I'm one of those fucking losers that, because they're stressed out, they use their charm when meeting a random person, thinking, oh yeah, this random person's going to be, the next big person in my life. But the older I get, the more I realize that everyone's becoming more and more brainwashed by the technology. Everyone's becoming more robotic. Everyone's losing themselves to the touch of what media forces them to believe and what all these celebrities and trendsetters tell them to wear, eat, and think. So I feel more and more alone as the days, the weeks, months, years go by, decades. It's been about 17 years since I've felt normal. But it was 17 years ago when I first started dabbling in the occult and all this woobly knowledge. So I become the spiritual person I am now. I see so many people that are guided to the light only to use the light to exalt themselves into the burning fiery passion of amber sun. Instead of the white light of being a good person, they decide, I'm going to use this to clout chase. I'm a person of God. I'm a person of goodwill, and I'm a person of blah, 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 divine spark. But these are some of the shittiest people I've met. They don't follow the steps that Jesus would follow. They follow the idea, the aesthetic of being a good person. They wear it. It's like sheep's and wolf clothing. They wear a cross and then make porn. They wear a cross and, they are just shitty people that think that they're better than everyone else. It's not that religious people are bad. It's that there's a lot of fake religious people. And there's so many fucking shitty, satanic, stupid people that I know. It's cringe because I looked at Satanism at a younger age through the lights of trying to understand the commandments and understand everything, only to find out that that's not all good. Anton LaVey was kind of a shitty person. Begged for forgiveness in the last second, like a coward, because he didn't want to experience the shame that he created in the world. Now we have people with fucking pink hair and green hair that say that they're the devil, but they listen to emo music. They listen to fucking My Chemical Romance. They listen to My Chemical Romance and they wear black lipstick and they fucking lie. So I get stuck in all of that. And I get stuck in the processes of trying to understand the modern world, because the modern world isn't easily understood. The modern world is, one big amalgam of just everybody zoning in what's popular. Everybody can tell you about Kendrick Lamar, Sabrina Carpenter, but they can't tell you about like anything that actually has to do with politics or their economy. People don't understand politics these days. They just share political opinions that they learned from fucking TikTok and Instagram. I have to pay attention to the world, because if I don't pay attention to the world, I won't know how the world works. And knowing how the world works is a great benefit. If you know how the world works, you understand. You understand how it affects you. And you understand that, maybe the left and the right wing politics fly from the same bird. But even if it's just an abysmal, like, fucking veil to cover the lie, I'd rather live in a world that doesn't want to constantly adjust and normalize bullshit and crazy shit. Because these people that want to normalize these atrocities, first it started off with normal crap. And then it just got worse and worse and worse and worse. When you live in a world of basically filled with sex and death. I mean, it was always there, but people had a more humble heart about it in the past. But not everybody wanted to be controversial derelicts that navigate the web looking for attention so they can make money off of others. I think the future, what it's really about, is understanding the impact that we all have as individuals in the collective, trying to make the world a feasible place to live. But instead of trying to make the world a more feasible place to live, we'd rather pollute the outside and make the inside really nice. Instead of making the world nice again, we want to fuel with an empire of ways for you to spend your money to find nourishment. All these different candies and snacks and fast foods that keep coming out. I mean, you really got to understand at some point that Burger King just appeals to fucking stoner pothead bullshit. Macaroni stuffed jalapeno bites? Crazy. They're really good, but it's just another way for you to spend money on a Whopper that just has cheese melted on the bun. And they cost fucking $2 more because they melted some Asiago on the bun. I grow detached from all the concepts that are pressed upon me. I grow detached from this fucking society that I feel like I'm one of the only people that can understand that's fucking falling apart. Everyone else, they want to live in these fucking hippie communes. They don't want to make the world have agriculture here. They want to move out in the middle of nowhere and go off the grid. Instead of improving the world, they'd rather say that the world is shitty, because as much as they don't want to admit it, they like that all these fucking CEO tycoon assholes give them the poison that makes their life more interesting. People like McDonald's, even though McDonald's has been trash since the fucking pandemic. Got rid of all their healthy options. Now they just have dry and burnt fucking burgers. It's not that they're thinner. It's that they cook the burgers on the 4-to-1 instead of the 10-to-1 because they're fucking lazy and they know how to switch it over. So it just burns and makes everything fucking thin, super crispy. I know, I've worked at McDonald's. I know what happens when you got lazy employees that are trying to sell pot instead of doing their job. Sell pot inside. Don't try to sell pot at work. Got a manager talking about her coochie right in front of fucking customers. It's disgusting. We live in such a fucking unfiltered world, man. I mean, you don't need to entirely filter yourself because we have the ability to express yourself artistically and share new points and new jokes. But when it just comes to like an overabundance of vulgarity in the world, there's no purpose to be found. Every single girl that I've ever talked to thinks that they can sway me just because they have tits. maybe I want to be around someone that's creative. Maybe I want to talk to a girl that has the ability to be artistically inclined. And I don't know, maybe I like someone that has activities that they like to do rather than sitting inside and playing on their phone and, you know, eating fast food and watching anime. Maybe I want to meet someone that makes my life feel like I'm an anime character again, back in action, part of the team of heroes. That's more important to me. Just because someone has tits and a nice ass, nice shapely hips, hourglass features, I don't see much worth in sex appeal if there's nothing else you can offer. No good conversation. Sex is sex. I've gotten to the point where it's boring. It's boring unless I'm with someone that excites me. People aren't exciting anymore. I get grow day by day to find more people unexciting. But it's all right. My soldier buddies post pictures from when they're in the military all the time on their fucking Instagram story. But what they actually do is smoke weed and play PUBG and Fortnite and sit and shit. And, they're not in school right now because their whole thing is that school's a little overwhelming. So they'd rather just sit at home and play video games, even though they're fucking 24, 25. I like my video games, but I haven't made it my entire life. Most of them have bored me. I like my Dark Souls too, though. I like my weed. I like my drugs. But as someone that understands how finances work, I always make sure I pay all my bills first. I don't always like to indulge. The other day I got a fucking... Have you played Critters for Sale? I have not. I have not played Critters for Sale. But I have played Dark Souls 2. Oh. And I just finished Star Wars Survivor. That was pretty cool. But these new Star Wars games will never compare to Star Wars The Force Unleashed on the PS2. The PS2 version is better than the Xbox 360 one. The Xbox 360 one has extra shit and DLC, but the DLC is the one that they joked that Starkiller couldn't be canon because he's killing Luke and he's killing Obi-Wan. But that's technically not part of the story. That's like additional DLC, like what if material. The main Star Wars The Force Unleashed 1 and 2 are linear stories about, Vader's apprentice. It's not, those two DLCs that were in the 360 version only were just like special shit that they wanted to throw in, but that's not actually canon to the game. And you know that because when you played the DLC, you got all of the shit in the game, all the lightsaber colors, everything. It's all unlocked for you. You don't have to unlock them in the game. Everything's in inventory. You have all the costumes. So those two DLCs, to me, aren't technically official to the story. So I believe that Starkiller could be possible, even though he killed Vader and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm going on a stretch. There's multiple endings. There's a way that they can fit him in. I like Starkiller. He's cool as fuck. Imagine that. Not only one lightsaber, but two, and you can force lightning infuse your lightsaber attacks and do lightning repulses that incinerate stormtroopers and shit around you. That's badass. I mean, yeah, you might be able to like deflect bolts and shit and cut off limbs, but Starkiller was actually incinerating people. He wasn't just cutting off their arm or some shit. Like you don't see Cal Kestis cutting off people's heads, but a PS2 game you could cut off people's heads. The greatest thing is Dismember was badass in those games because they really didn't fucking give a shit. It was still pre-Disney Lucasfilm. I grew up in the perfect generation, the end of the millennials, to still experience like probably 13 years of nature and television before everything was streaming and before they truly had online games. I was in like middle school when online games were really becoming popular because it was more accessible because the Xbox went from having that thing that you place on the back of it so you can get Wi-Fi, that little fob you plug into the back, and that gave you Wi-Fi. They changed that to just having an inbuilt Wi-Fi system, and that's something that was making the PlayStation 3 better at the time, even though the Xbox 360 sold more than the PS3. The PS3 had its own inbuilt Wi-Fi. Back in the day, even on PS2 and Sega Dreamcast, you had to plug in the extra shit to you had to put in the online CD and plug the online adapter at the back of the PS2. And I never got to play Resident Evil Outbreak with other people. It's something that I feel dumb about because that would have been badass to be able to play Resident Evil Outbreak with other people. I played it by myself, but you know, I watched the big smiles and goofiness of everybody I know just get drained into the frustrations of becoming Halo and Call of Duty 4 players. Like Halo 2 was badass. We didn't have the online for Halo 1, but Halo 2 we got the online. And it was fucking awesome. But we didn't make it our whole existence. We didn't sit there the whole summer playing video games inside. We went outside and we smelled nature and we went swimming and we shot off Roman candles and we made marshmallows and we made fires in the middle of the woods. We'd steal cigarettes and pay way too much money for weed. We'd steal alcohol bottles and we'd buy fucking gas station pizzas because they were like $3.99 for a whole fucking pizza back then at the gas station. So you and the boys would just fucking eat pizza to get fucking high at the dam, and fuck around, make YouTube videos. This is when they had the flip camera, the flip video camera, and this was badass. It was called that because you pressed a button and the USB thing would flip out, and it only ran at 720p. There was that was like the extra good one ran at 720 pixels. The HD back then was 720. We didn't have I ended up getting the HD one. All of the videos that I made on that camera, all shitty quality now. Everything back then on the Windows XP days is now all shit quality. So people look at some of my older fucking videos and say, "Oh, the quality sucks on this." I'm like, it's just fucking audio with a blurry picture. Eat me. You want me to remove the video and then re-upload it just so you can see the picture better? That's dumb. That's good. I did that twice because some of my earlier uploads for the Silent Hill stuff, I didn't, back then uploading a track was different when I needed to play out all that. Sometimes it wouldn't upload the whole fucking video. Sometimes it would only upload 70 fucking percent of the video, and you didn't know, and then it would just be processed incomplete. So you'd have to re-upload everything. But it was a substantial time, truly. It truly was a substantial time to see the mechanical cognitive structures that I grew up with, where everything had to be, remote automated. Now everything's just automated. Everything's just already set up to do. It's so easy. Back in the day, things just seemed more connected with serving a purpose. You played video games because they filled you with light and wonder. You play them now, and it's like you beat the game in 9 hours and wonder why you spent so much fucking money on it. So you have to wait 6 months for it to go on sale. And then all the people that you would have played online with, they've already beaten the fucking game. It comes down to realizing that I pre-ordered Elden Ring Night Rain, but I don't think that Elden Ring Night Rain is going to really satisfy me very much, you know? Yeah, no, we got all the bosses and stuff. Girl, they made us change the analogic to digital. Today we were all kicked by AI. Exactly. AI does not do anything that we want it to do. They finally made AI able to like mow lawns and shit. But what does that mean for? Because I live in Florida. What does that mean for all the people that mow lawns and pick up the garbage and clean the palm frods and trim all the bushes here? Because those people won't be able to do that shit if it's replaced by a robot. That's why everyone was so scared when they introduced AI fucking fast food machines. And it just gets down to the point where we don't want AI making our art, but we don't want it replacing our jobs either. We wanted AI to automate everything for us, but we are so scared of a dystopian future that we don't want it to go too far. We got Skynet, an AI company, in real life, and we have Umbrella Labs, the company that specializes in human growth, steroids, and all kinds of shit to fuck up your body and change it. And, what do they call that? Not mRNA. They got all the mRNA shit over there at Umbrella Labs. I mean, it's crazy because Umbrella Labs just happens to also be very close in the vicinity where the Wuhan district was. Wuhan was making shit over here in California as well underground. But all that shit that was going on biologically with, you know, human changing fucking bullshit is it's just like now they're bringing animals back from the dead. So it's only time when they're going to have dinosaurs. It's only time when, humanity who's lazy. It's not like in the movies. In the movies, they do things as good as they can and much better than they do in real life. In the movies, they catch all the bad guys. In the movies, they heal all the diseases. But in real life, like 70 fucking percent of crime goes unsolved. In real life, they throw away 70% of the fucking food. It's always 70. In real life, 70% of the people you meet are plugged in to this matrix thing. And everybody wants to tell you that the matrix is real, but the matrix is more of a mindset than an actual thing. They have people plugged into a prerogative way of thinking, but it's not like they're actually plugged into some machine. It's not like zeros and ones and all that. It's more like people are indoctrinated and nurtured to believe certain things. And as history moves onward, we often find that there are parts of the world that are starting to become conscious about what's really going down. But we've gotten to such a point that, with the American rights to stand against tyranny that's been brought into our nation, they've weaponized enough people to not know how to shoot guns, to be afraid of conflict, to be afraid of standing up for themselves and others. So it's really come down to it that they made a lot of people weak, and they made a lot of people consumers, and they made a lot of people lazy homebodies. So it'll be perfectly fine when it comes to the point where they say, hey, you're only able to go to your job and to stores and back and appointments. We're going to check how far you travel. It's only going to get to the point where, we're divided as nations, and World War III definitely happens. Tell them, I say, right now, Putin's trying to make it so American men in America, can find a structure in trying to. What a fucking light check out. Where's my fucking lighter? It's in this pocket. They want us to move to Russia, where all of their men are dead in the war, so we can establish a Christian nation there, because they want to bring Christianity back to Europe because they feel that, you know, Islam is definitely making Europe very bad because they're kidnapping children and killing them and raping them, and they're kidnapping women and killing them and raping them, and they're stealing and killing and eating people's animals and just being straight up barbaric in the streets. And that's true. That is 100%. I'm not saying, oh, hey, I'm just saying this. There are videos of this shit happening all over Europe. I'm not one of those white supremacist assholes, but I do think that illegal immigrants that are causing harm to the nation and basically freeloading, and whatever nation they're in, they're getting the money from so they can freeload, and they repay that by fucking stealing and raping and killing and causing fucking havoc. That's where I draw the line. I'm not a racist person. I don't see through race. You know, race is a concept. The concepts were invented by the people that want to divide us. So why should I want to believe in a political narrative that was made by people that want to divide us? I live in fucking Florida. Why would I be racist? I live by a whole bunch of different, you know, people. And we all like our own musics. We all like our different foods. You know, you get to try all different food and music from other cultures because you're part of it here. Now, living up in New England, where it's 98% fucking white, you just meet a bunch of stuck-up white people that think that they're great because their parents have a lot of money. You move down here, you meet people that make food that have actual fucking flavor, and their music actually makes you want to dance. It's not satanic white people pop. It's like actual fucking music. So I just got a little stuck. And that's the greatest thing of it all. Because even though I know I'm stuck sometimes, I'm stuck because I'm trying to understand something I don't belong to. Racism doesn't exist in America. America isn't experiencing racism. They're experiencing ideas that are fed into their belief system, and they're so naive and open to believing anything anyone tells them that they will. I mean, most of our politicians are fucking bleeding racism. Racism does exist, but it is a concept that's reinforced by the racist people and then pushed onto the public, and the public indoctrinates it. Now, racism aside, politics are unique because the greatest people that I've met, you know, they're the ones that are trying to establish, you know, money literacy. They're the ones that go to the gym. Not necessarily always religious people, but I've never met someone that goes to the gym and has a family and has a job and drives and cooks their own fucking meals instead of buying them. They're buying pre-made fucking shit. I've never met someone like that that hasn't had an actual smile and glowing aura in their eyes that made me want to, you know, instantly befriend them and want to cook with them and want to even go on some sort of religious mission so I can expand my horizons. In my life, I've become a very polytheistic being because I like to understand the cultures of the world. I like to understand the things I'll connect. And because of that, I'm not completely subjected to just the understanding of one faith. I understand that most faiths are just common derivatives of one source, one main source that inspires people to believe the things that they do. But I also know that trade systems went on a lot longer than, you know, most of us originally thought because of more uncovered recordings and more uncovered artifacts that would show, you know, people were traveling by boat and selling goods to each other for thousands of years and not just like 400 or 300. You know, it's been a big thing. So we've all been fed these essential lies to just make life easy to get in one headspace, but when you figure out that the world is a lot more in depth than what we're told, you start to question what you know, and you start to question what you can find out. And then you find shit out, and you're left realizing, hey, a lot of the people that I thought were good are actually bad. A lot of the people of our past, a lot of people in history that we thought were heroes are villains. Misguided by villains. It's like the devil. Tell everyone, I've met the devil. I've spoken with the devil. The devil's passed on me amazing wisdom. Not as someone that the devil wants to seduce to strange power, but someone that the devil can understand with. You see, because the devil wants forgiveness, and God wants to forgive the devil, but it's not as simple as that. It can't be that simple, but that's the way it is. And the devil gave me advanced wisdom to understand. It's not necessarily that he's trying to lure people and trick them. Because they say that the God and the devil are two sides of the same coin in that sense. Strongest force and the second strongest force, held in such praise by God, was exalted down to earth because of the uprising, because the devil knew at one point that God was up to no good. He's making us as a weapon, so he gave us emotions and fucking fucked everything up for using us as brainless fucking weapons. I don't hate God. I don't hate the devil. I don't really necessarily have a love-hate relationship with either of them. But I know for the fact that the wisdom that I was shown is that they both want to make amends, but there's a deeper driving force that's much darker, much more evil, a lot more sinister than what Anakin Skywalker, Lucifer, has to bring to the world. You know, because he's just a big fucking baby. And that's the deepest part of it, is that Lucifer, Satan's just a big baby that's too proudful of himself to really ask for forgiveness, even though it's one of the deepest things that makes him hate himself and keep him in the dark. And God's all forgiving, but he's just waiting. He's waiting on someone that's too fucked up by their pride to say, hey, I'm sorry, I fucked things up. You also got to remember that God gave us wrath and envy and all the fucking sins. God gave us sin because we were misled by something that wanted us to have consciousness, that wanted us to have empathy. So you could look at the devil as bad as you want because the book tells you to, but the devil isn't directly mentioned in the Bible that many times until later versions and iterations and other stories and passages. I mean, the devil and the Antichrist are two different things. The Antichrist is the spawn of the devil. It's the only way that the devil's power can manifest on earth is the devil is an energy vessel. It's a divine, it's an angel. Angels are a divine soul, singular. All of them are singular. It's not like the living things that all share the same light or horizon. They're all individuals. Because of that, they're unique. But on top of that, they're energy beings. They're not entirely physical, and they can't manifest a physical form that long. And that's why the Antichrist is something that manifests. Is the Antichrist is the spawn that has a physical form that the devil's powers can be seeded into. It's like the devil is just a conduit that has all the power but can't use it. So the Antichrist, instills his vengeful, wrathful will. But the deepest part is that Jesus, the Christ, and the Antichrist hold two parts of the keys that, allow the opening of paradise. And the deepest thing is that paradise is more of a prison than people think. There's the three forms of heaven, and then there's paradise. Paradise is like a holding cell. It's beautiful, surrounded by luscious gardens that exhibit peace and divine light, for lulling something to a deep slumber. And that thing still isn't the most destructive thing. It's part of the fifth horseman, the female horseman of life, of rebirth. And if you look long enough into what, the four horsemen, you do find that there are passages that list a fifth one. And rebirth is an important part because it shows that past all the death and famine and pestilence and conquest, that there is a new start, whether that be a spiritual version of starting over, or quite literally, we're all still alive after all the death. And then, we just start over. And I've sat in there and I've spoken to this thing multiple times in the past. And it speaks about something that wishes to usurp it, and something that wishes to devour it, and fear. He stays down where he's at, locked away, doing its best not to bargain Armageddon and cause that war. It's mankind that will bring the end of days, not God or the devil. God and the devil just have to play their parts in the end of days. But us being built in the image of God, we are God's unknowing destroyer. Subconsciously, we still keep that primal, sort of like sleeper agent code. But we've been painted over with all these locks that control our consciousness, and those locks allow us to be oblivious to our true purposes and divine powers. It's because of that you have a lot of people that think magic doesn't exist. You have a lot of people that say, oh, you shouldn't do divinity because the church says you shouldn't use divinity, but the church uses divinity. And those are individuals, but they're allowed to use it because they're the hands of God, but most of them molest little boys. So it's like there's just a huge mistrust in what faith has become. I tell people, oh, hey, the Christians, as much as we might hate them, they did make, medical shit. We made science discoveries, all kinds of shit that really advanced us to where we are now. But it just happened to become corrupt. Just like capitalism isn't bad, it's the most functioning form of government. But our democracy got corrupted. And that's just where, started the head south. Is nothing's truly a bad concept. It was just driven so far from its purpose that now it just seems purposeless. Socialism doesn't fucking work. But stupid people think it will because they don't understand that it doesn't fucking work. All the places that are socialist or communistic fucking suck. I got friends that live over in Russia, and you know what they say? He says it fucking sucks. It really is like, you go out there and you're like, well, these fucking skyscraper apartments everywhere. They got 7-Eleven. They got shit. They got McDonald's and all that, but it's just like so gray, fucking boring and sad looking. They say that everyone drives like 3 different cars and all of their cars suck, so they're always getting fixed. But Julian Oleski, no one can figure out who that is. There's probably other people with that name. And he is one of my buddies that lives over there, and he says that it fucking sucks. He says that most people are skinny because they eat healthier there. They don't have the same contaminants as us in our foods and shit because America's built and evil and making money. They put delicious poison in our food. It got to the point that people are injecting Red 40 into their fucking veins because it has an energy aspect to it, that it makes them super fucking energetic and gives them a similar response to cocaine, just not as severe. And he says that over there's, you go to work and you come home, and then you just fucking hop on your media. It's almost the same as here, but not as shitty. People are generally better people over there. So, big mess here, not only for the zombie people. God, I know that. I know that it's a big fucking shithole over there. It's a shithole here. It's a shithole most of the world right now because they just don't understand that you can't have destructive, radical parties live in a community that you want to have structure because they don't give a fuck. They believe that if they kill a bunch of people, they go to heaven and they have a bunch of 13-year-old virgins that they get to have sex with their days. So that's really what it comes down to. I'm not afraid to say that. If I get shut down, my channel shut down for my fucking views, then there goes 6,253 fucking videos or some shit. And it's just like, I can just find something else to do. That's as simple as it is. Facebook threatened me of 30-day bans enough times because of my opinion that I was just like, wait a second. They haven't deleted my account. They like stealing my data. That's why I'm still here. So I just deleted it. And I experienced a wholesome time where I thought I wouldn't need any social media until I was like, wait a second. You meet music people and say, yo, give me your phone number. We can work on something sometime. They don't like that. People don't do that, I guess. People like Instagram. Hey, let me see your Instagram. Maybe we can work on a project sometime. And that's easier for them. So I got the Instagram, I got YouTube, but it's like, I don't know. Especially when I see other people on their fucking phones and they're scrolling and they have I have one page of apps. That's it. I see people have 6 pages worth of apps on their fucking phone. And I'm like, how the fuck do you sit there and just go from one video watching app to the next? I just don't understand that. How can you go from TikTok to YouTube to fucking Facebook Reels to Instagram Reels? How can someone fucking do that? It's insane to me. It's insane that someone could actually sit there and waste their entire life with all these different apps and fucking go outside. And I have people say, oh, you should touch grass. I'm like, I touch fucking grass more than you do, asshole. I live in a beautiful spot where nature is fun to walk around in. I'm in the fucking Everglades half the time. And I'm always on little missions. But people are like, oh, you're not on missions. And like, well, I don't have to fucking put everything on the internet. I don't have to tic-tac my entire life just for notoriety from strangers. Sometimes it's fun to keep your phone at home or in the car or off in your pocket. I don't always need a picture of what I'm doing with my friends. I even had this goth girl say, oh, do you ever have anyone here? I'm like, yeah, I had a friend here. Last week I had another friend here. I don't have to always have people over in my crib. I like it like that. I'm a selective person. You can come to my apartment and hang out, but I don't want people here all the time. Because when people are here all the time, I can't play my video games. I can't get high and groove to my music. I can't make delicious meals because if I make delicious meals, I got to share the delicious meals. One thing I did today is I went to the store because, my carnivore diet is a little bland sometimes. So I got myself, some canned vegetables, like spinach and shit. I got myself some different sauces, marinades, and all kinds of stuff because, it's a little bland. You can make beef taste so much better if you put a half cup of, imagine this, 2 pounds of beef. Oh, black pepper. We're getting someplace, a little garlic, salt. They really bring in that aromatic flavor and really season the meat right. But then you put a half cup of Alfredo sauce in that. And then bam. Now you got some cream base, you got extra fats in there, you got extra energy. I'm going from eating 600 calories a day of like really nourishing food from all the meat to eating like closer to 1125 calories a day. And I have an extreme deficit right now because I understand I'm trying to lose extreme amount of weight. I want to be back to where I want to be back to where I was when I was doing drugs all the time. And even when I could eat like the 2 extra large pizzas from Pizza Hut, I wouldn't gain any weight. I want to get back to the point that I'm at that healthy weight without all the crutches and all the tricks and, you know, skipping the ladders and shit. I like to climb every rung and look and gaze out at my surroundings. Sometimes I like to climb the ladder backwards. Sometimes I like to take my legs and lock them on the rungs and hang upside down like I'm a bat. Yeah, that's fun. But I also went out and I did my music money. I got music money. I took the cash that I could withdraw from my music money and I put that in a little safety deposit bag I have. And then I bought this pack of smokes with what I had left. I got fucking Spotify paid. I paid my Spotify bill so I can keep listening to music because I got other people on my account. So it's like, I don't want to let them down either. I got 2 empty slots. I'm trying to fill them. Tried connecting my brother to the Spotify. It just wasn't as easy as I thought it would be because he said that didn't work. But that's a fucking iPhone thing, I guess. iPhones can't connect to the family plan. I don't know. I'll send them a different link. Because it's that small thing knowing that someone doesn't have to pay for a Spotify premium plan that I know, as dumb as the universe is, I am getting good karma by helping someone listen to their favorite tunes and jams. That's how simple the universe is. The universe is a conscious thing, but it's dumb. And you can say that because, you know, you just got to have good tonality and you got to do good things and create good actions. You can criticize the universe. So the universe is a conscious chaos body with a bunch of other more sentient chaos bodies in the form of gods that help regulate it. But they just have more structure and, you know, more will, more sentience of their actions. I tell people this and they don't understand this, is that the angels existed indefinitely. They just came in the shape one day. They exist. And then they saw the gods come and the gods were like, yo, you're really fucking powerful. Make stuff for us. So they did. Doing coke and explaining philosophy, sharing philosophies with the wise wizards is always a good thing for me. I like being around people that can expand my ideas and they can expand theirs, because a lot of people think that it was just God created the angels, 10,000 of them. It's not that many angels. It really isn't. Now, a lot of the angels liked God. A lot of the angels were like, yo, creating life and creating an embodiment for people to live in, you know, for all this shit is really fucking rad. But, you know, they decided with him because he was pretty chill most of the time. God's pretty fucking chill. I'll say that. God is a chill dude. He went through his 20s, like all of us, and that's when he was fucking being an asshole. But he's gotten much wiser and older, and he understands that there are people that will be devout to him if, you know, he's chill. The sad thing is the people that are blindly led to follow the devil don't understand that that's like it's like a test. If you'll follow the devil, they want to see. It's like Bedazzled, you know. God and the devil are playing chess. It's like Kingdom Hearts 3 with Xehanort and Lord Tyrannus, or whatever the fuck his name is. The guy that's played by Mark Hamill, Luke Skywalker. Is they're playing their fucking little chess game, but they understand the outcome. It was a divine spark that brought Sora back. She was a heartless, and then a nobody, and then those came back. Then the light and Sora, when he was heartless, Kyrie, he had Kyrie's heart, and he gave Kyrie her heart, but because of that, his heart was there. And then he was no longer the heartless, even though he technically was, and opened his heart, the darkness, for Xehanort to become his vessel. But then Riku turned to Leaf and was like, the dark sucks, so I'm gonna use it for good. And that's I align more of Riku as a character than I do Sora, because Sora is just like just all over the place, really. Literally. The main character, he's all over the place. And because of that, the nobody, Roxas, met with Sora, they battled, and then they became one. It's the key ability to become one. Once you get your ultimate form, Kingdom Hearts 2. After that, Sora was complete because they restored what was broken from him and Chain of Memories, but left out the things that would break him. But then he got those memories back and recoded, and then Dream Drop Distance happened. And the Dream Drop Distance was like, hey, Kingdom Hearts 3 is going to happen. We almost fucked up, but Riku saved the day because he don't like the darkness. He don't want to have a hold of him. So he saved you from the darkness. Now, then they fight the bad guys, and Sora saves the day again, only for there to be a Kingdom Hearts 4. Which they say is going to be the last one. So, of course, I'm going to get it. It was like 2001 when the first game came out. I was in 4th grade. I was like, fuck, this is awesome. I love being a hero. I love helping people. So I'm going to play the 4th game when it comes out. I got made fun of by someone that doesn't have a fucking job. Hasn't had a job since 2009. Because I like Kingdom Hearts, and they said it was gay. And I'm like, dude, you listen to My Chemical Romance, you're miserable all the time. Why should I care about your opinion? Because I find something that I like. Something that brings me joy. Kingdom Hearts is good. If you like Final Fantasy, and you think, oh, hey, if Mickey Mouse was badass that hit people with giant clunks of metal, would I find that game fun? Imagine saying that you hate Kingdom Hearts because Disney's gay, which I can understand. It's pretty gay these days. Disney's kind of trash now. But also put in the mindset that all these annoying assholes that you don't like, you can beat the shit out of them. You can beat the shit out of them with a giant chunk of metal. A giant key. Whack them over the head until they die. That's badass. You take a children's game and throw in a bunch of dark elements. There is so much to the Kingdom Hearts lore that makes it such an amazing video game. And that's because it's not just another Final Fantasy. It's like, hey, let's make this its own story to show how not necessarily light or dark are better, but good intentions can be found in the light and the dark. Like I said, there's plenty of people that find the light of God and they're cheery and they want to help out people that are fucking fucked up on drugs and hungover all the time. But then you find people that are curious, like me, that try to navigate realms backwards. I went through the dark and tried to understand it from a compassionate view, and I allowed it to envelop around me in such a way that I didn't succumb to it for power. I didn't succumb to it for strength. I wanted to understand it. I wanted to understand when people say the dark are so bad. But the dark is peaceful and comfortable. There's not that many people there. And a lot of people that are there are in that dark insanity phase where they want to become evil and malignant. But if you don't choose that path in the darkness, you can understand that, there's shadow, there's dark caves that don't have light. There's all kinds of things that, dark exists in that doesn't manifest it as an evil force, It's just part of nature. It's a lack of light. People read too much into it. In that darkness, I was able to find a wisdom that a lot of people can't find because they're too stuck in trying to learn from the old masters. But a lot of the old masters hid their secrets. A lot of the old masters, you know, they don't keep in mind that there's more than one portion of the universe that makes sense. There's more than one way to find enlightenment. Finding enlightenment is finding peace and using good purpose. And you can find enlightenment by sitting in the cold and the dark as long as you're not trying to be evil. Being evil sucks. You wouldn't want to be a bad guy. Nobody wants to be a bad guy. Some people do. Some people think that's cool to be fucking bullies and be controversial and lead people astray and fuck up other people's lives because it's funny. But it sucks. Fucking sucks. Being evil isn't fun. I had a girl once tell me, driving like a maniac, said, "I love how evil you are." And I like this girl. She's hot. But something about those words didn't make me settle right. And I've probably said this in these videos before, but I don't want someone to tell me I like how evil you are. I want them to tell me I like how radical and like tubular and far out you are. I like that you go against the traditional norms placed by society of the Gregorian stepping and walking in a pattern like fashion through life. I don't want someone to commend me for something I don't want to feel. And that really hit me because I don't want to be known as an evil person. Maybe someone that gives the devil horns goes, "Ah!" But, I'm like Eddie from Stranger Things. I'm a Virgo too. So it's like, there you go. So it's like perfect casting for that character. I'm not a bad person. I don't want to be a bad person. I don't want to be told that people like how bad I am when I'm just trying to be a little bit more hardcore and punk and metal and rock the night. You know? I know I live in fucking Florida. I only know some Spanish, sadly. And I have a whole book that could teach me how to do it, but I don't know. I was told by Spanish people that they prefer that you speak to them in English. Don't try to speak to them in broken Spanish. So I do my best to just come as I am. I learned some things. I can learn phrases if I wanted to. I have all the tools in the universe in the palm of my hand, literally. And I don't know, I want to feel like I'm more part of the community. I want to feel like I'm needed. That people look forward to me coming and helping out. I don't want to feel like I'm isolated because I think differently than the vast amount of people in the world that are gear-fed what to believe. I'd like to think that I can help someone believe something else. I'd like to think that I can help someone navigate the stresses in their life by actually giving them, a hand, giving them a shoulder to cry on or to lean on when they need it. Helping someone up when they're bloodied and battered and, bringing them back to the nourishing life. I like to see the light inside someone's eyes. And I felt very guilty in the past because I've taken it from many people. And those people may have decided they wanted what they wanted at the time, but I still feel bad because after all these years, my barbaric intentions manifested in a level of empathetic view towards the situations I was creating in other people. I watched them lose their hobbies. I watched them lose their fucking conversation. I watched their bodies changed. And some of them died. Some people were killed in front of me. Some people lost their kids. Some people got arrested. Empathy only does come through suffering because you understand you don't like to suffer. So you get the understanding that other people don't like to suffer. So you want to help them. but then you're coined as a people pleaser. But I'm not. I know when to stop. I like to help. I like to help because we were told to help. Jesus helped people. That's why I like to help people. As fucked up as it seems to say this, I see myself walking in the traditional steps that Jesus would want us to, a quite biblical entity that I would have become, because I understood the darkness of trying to spread hate and realizing I was good at it, but I didn't like it. I was good at spreading gloom, but I don't like it. I can make people sick with energy, but I don't want to. I don't like walking to work in a bad mood. I like walking to work in an uplifting mood, the proper tonality to boost morale, make someone laugh, make someone smile, compliment someone, give someone a head nod, say, hey, beautiful day out here, to a complete stranger, and they smile and say, fuck yeah, I love it. I'm not afraid of people. I'm afraid of situations. I'm afraid of trying to romanticize someone at work or school, because I don't want to have things go bad. Call me a coward, but I've tried dating fellow students or fellow coworkers, and it's not easy. It's not good. You'll tell someone that you like them, and they'll say, oh, that's cool. I think you're cool, but I'm just not into you. And then they'll have a kid, and then they'll invite you over to their house while their boyfriend's at work, and they'll want to have sex with you when they're in a relationship. And then you'll be like, whoa, why are you tickling me and trying to kiss me? You're in a relationship. I don't live like that. The same girl that wanted to invite me to a drag show. I'm like, I don't want to watch a bunch of men dressed like strippers. Sorry, that's not fun. How could I find that fun? Why? Because there's music and it's lively. It's not something I want to do. I don't want to see men dressed like strippers and dancing provocatively. And that same girl left that dude and then got in a relationship with another dude that she cheated on. And then they took a break, and she said, oh, me and this dude taking a break. Do you want to hang out? But I was already going through, like, emotional stuff with someone else because I moved on. And they're like, hey, so you had a kid, and you've been with two other dudes, and turned you down both times because, one, you have a kid with someone that you don't talk to. You know, I wouldn't have mind being the father of that child with you and me, but you brought someone else in the picture and then wanted me to jump in and cheat. You wanted to cheat on someone that I didn't like. And they didn't like me. And they didn't like me because they thought that you were going to cheat on them with me. And I didn't like them because they were with you and I wanted to be with you. But I understood how it worked and I just wanted to be their friend. I wanted to take them masculinity for men. Exactly. That's why the girl that I had over, she's like, do you ever like use your amenities here? I'm like, I don't need to go to the gym. I got weights and I exercise all the time. I don't need to fucking go to the gym. I don't want to go to the pool. The pool's small. There's too many people in the pool, too. I love swimming, but I don't want to go to the fucking pool. It's right next to the fucking office. That's weird. I don't want to be walking around shirtless with, like, the office staff watching me. You know, it's comfortable. She's asked me if I jerk off. And, you know, she asked me all these fucking things to try to, you know, take my masculinity away. And I'm like, listen. You come here and you sit on your fucking phone. You had sex with me so you could go to another dude's house. He called you up so you could have sex with him. And then you want to come back here and use my shower? No. Come on. I've watched enough married couples fall to the wife shitting on the man all the time, cheating on them, and then divorcing them. I've watched that enough times in other people. Too many fucking times I've watched it in other people that I know that the older generations, like Gen X, like to cheat. Millennials love to cheat. Gen Z loves to cheat. And it just comes down to I get it. We're like fucking rabbits. We like the fuck. But there's a point where you have to nurture the idea that, a monogamous relationship is very rewarding. Developing a family is something rewarding. I don't want to be if someone that wants to cheat on their boyfriend. They have a kid, and they want to cheat on their boyfriend that's watching their kid. And they had that kid with another dude. Like, that dude's name was Mike. And Mike was cool. He worked at Market Basket in the produce. And he hated me because I hung out with his girlfriend that wanted to cheat on him with me. But I liked her because we would sing Nine Inch Nails together and cruise around and have fun. She was hot, redhead. I love redheads. But she was with somebody, and I respected that. And she wanted to disrespect the relationship she was in. And I didn't want that. I don't like that. I've been used by people in the past that wanted to cheat on the relationships after they told me that they were single, and then I'm like, who are you texting? Oh, your boyfriend? Like, what boyfriend? You told me you weren't with anything, and then they laugh. A waste of time. Invest energy for an end with nothing. That's what I say. That's what I fucking say. I don't trust the dating world that I'm in, but I do trust my ability to increase my finances and increase my stability in the hopes that I'll meet someone that, wants to match my fucking freak. And my freak is like, God, I would love to meet a girl that has other couples that they're friends with. And those couples, we all want to get together and like a good old millennial, we'll play Scrabble or we'll play Ukrainian or Life or something. We'll do board games. We'll what's that thing you put the CD in and like Film Now or something like that. It gives you all the fucking movies. And you do the trivia. I'd love to go do trivia night someplace or an arts and craft night for couples. I'd love to do shit like that. I'm corny. I'm so fucking corny. I wasn't born on the cob. Fuck all that stupid shit that's recycled and it's spoken over and over and over again on the internet. I am corny because it's fun. It's fun to be a little cliche. This cliche just means a little overabundance in culture, but it's heartwarming. People want to be so fucking stoic and Chad level that they don't want to fucking laugh. They don't want to smile. They don't want to moan for a girl. It sucks. We're dead. We are dead as a species. Some people are okay with that. I'm not. I'm not good with feeling like I have to be dead like everyone else. There's an antiquity about it, an antiquity about feeling alive and feeling like you're part of a bustling world of life and not trying to be gloomy and not trying to find reasons to hate yourself. I got my friends come call me on the fucking phone and tell me they hate all their teachers and they hate their fucking life and they hate their family. And I'm like, dude, fucking shut the fuck up. God, I don't need to be surrounded by negativity. I'm sorry that you're so miserable, man, but like, have you ever tried like getting a job or going out of the house? You spend your whole fucking life inside, man. You spend your whole life inside doing nothing to change who you are as a person, to sharpen your senses, your experiences. We just sit inside and play Flash games somehow, even though we don't have Flash anymore. You sit inside and study bugs instead of going outside. Meet someone that likes bugs. Don't complain there's no one that likes bugs. Go on a forum and look up people that like bugs forum. And you'll meet someone that likes bugs. Hang out with your bug friends. Don't try to tell me that you're miserable all the time, because I want to sit there and get fucking high as shit and feel like I'm sober 2 minutes later because I have to listen to someone talk about how much their life sucks. I would rather get high with someone and laugh and go outside and do something a little stupid. Maybe make a silly video. Maybe make some stupid, silly music. I don't want to sit there and hear my friends complain that their life sucks. So I love it when my friends hit me up and they're like, yo, guess what I did today? I'm like, what? I did something cool. I'm like, fuck yeah, what is it? I went and saw people snowboarding. And I drank Red Bull mixed with tequila. And I'm like, fuck yeah. Because that's life. bustling life, unhinged, attached to joy. Half of my friends sit at home all day and smoke pot. I smoke pot, but I still go outside. I went to school today and I did some assignments. I got those out of the way. I got 4 projects, 4 end of semester projects I got to tackle. And I got 2 B's, one of them's almost an A, and 3 A's. So I'm not too scared if I don't get super great grades this semester, because I have really good grades right now. And I don't think it would lower anything to, like, you know, a failing grade. You know, at least get like a B or a C and shit. But, you know, it just really comes down to, you know, I go out and do stuff. And I'm judged by people on the internet tell me to touch grass. But that's a phrase that people on the internet learned. So it's like, how much grass do you touch to know the phrase, go touch grass? And that's what it really is. Sometimes I get lost at the time. It's almost 11 o'clock. I'm a little loud right now. But I'm charged. I'm enthusiastic. An amplified individual. I try to turn down the volume a little bit. And sometimes it's just tough. Sometimes it's really tough to silence all this energy I have, because I see so many people that have no energy. And the only way I could fit into the vast amount of society is if I suppress myself. And I don't want to bottle myself up. I don't want to cap off my potential just so I can fit in with a bunch of miserable people. I'm not saying there's a bunch of miserable people that everyone is, but there's a majority of people that are just insufferable and want to make everyone else's life fucking shit. And those are the people that I don't really fucking give a shit if I upset. You know, my boss may not see eye to eye with me completely, but they know that I do my job. And they know that I'm never standing around on my fucking phone at work. I'm always looking for something to do. While people are standing on their phone, I'm cutting line so I can move heavy stuff. I'm cutting people in line because I don't believe that. I don't believe waiting your turn to work. I'm there, sign my fucking signature so I could do shit, not so I could wait in line. So I'll be cutting the line of like 30 people just so I can move heavy shit longer. So I don't want to wait around. It's like the gym to me. It's how I get my energy out, is doing stuff that requires me to use my body. I've worked all kinds of jobs that were better for me. But you know, I can't work demolition because half the people that work demolition need to do drugs in order to destroy stuff. And like half of those people do the wrong drugs and they just nod off at work the whole time. People getting gummies and in their dab pens. I mean, work etiquette fucking sucks. Most people have shitty work etiquette. I'm not a hater. I observe the world. I observe what's happening around me. And I just observe that a lot of the world's fucking shit. You know? I'd like it to be better, but it's a whole process that everybody wants it to be better. For it to be better. You can't just have one person make the world go around. It's not like anybody's truly a Superman. See the whole fucking Justice League. Which is interesting because the Justice League is all different thinking minds that work together. It's the way a community should be. You shouldn't have like minds working together. You should have opposing views that can come to a conclusion together. A different way to approach things that have failed so many times is just different approach. You pursue it differently. So much strength materialized, the idea that I can focus my life around me if I just try to do better. Gloomy bliss. Yummy. I don't like drinking soda. Soda don't make me feel good, so I drink the seltzers. Soda got too sugary, sweet. 46 grams of bullshit. Oh, that's what that was. My makeshift tripod is falling. Yeah, tripod's falling. 5 a.m. there. You said that you're in Europe, huh? Let's see. If it's 5 a.m. there, that means 6 hours ahead. That means that you're someplace around Britain, UK, whatever. That's why I look at it. I'm putting this back on the tripod, though. I'm playing more video games before I decide to. Oh! Fuck off for the night. Oh, no. I like being on there. I still think it's dumb that you can't power stance the Dark Sword and the Claymore. They're both the great swords. But I think it has something to do with, like, due to a detected frame rate issue, please restart the game after resolving the issue. What do you mean? Frame rate issue? I'm not doing anything. We're going to open the game back up. Frame rate issue when I'm doing nothing that was affecting the frame rate. It's great. Dark Souls 2 is not as heavily guarded as Dark Souls 1. Yeah. Oh, I see. Oh. Well, I spread stupidity on the internet because it helps me acquire shit. Alright, let's level up this dot shit. So they added this sword called the Dark Sting, or I think it may have been in the game already. I don't remember it being in the game, but
I'll be around if you make it.
See, I can power stance the two rapiers. Now they get the most bang for my buck.
I ought to fetch a new one. Flare.
So I'm viewing it with something makes it do more damage.
Flare.
Oh no. Not as great as the dark sword. But the dual status elements are cool. Come on. All right, Barrel. Do your greatest.
I ought to flare.
try that one out for shits and giggles. Oh. Much better. Huge damage. That was close. I don't think I can go up there. Okay, we're gonna fight the Fume Knight. And we're gonna beat the fucking Fume Knight this time. To sleep. Have a nice one, my friend. It really is like the perfect Dark Souls 2 fucking mod. It's they did such great shit in the game. Alright, Kings. You know what's going on here. Now that the boss can actually be defeated, we are going to defeat it. You can't hit me. Nice try, buddy. Oh, you bitch. Oh, shit. No, Krillian on the phone. Ah, you bitch. You got me outside. You suck. bitch. I made him too fucking cool and badass in this spot. Oh, you saw that, Zero people, huh? I'm not far enough from the foyer that it should be an issue for me to get back there. Now, if I remember correctly, this was the last one of those souls that I needed. Nope. Die, bitch. My fault. Hmm. Hmm. How do I get over there, though? Hmm. There is a way to get to the spider boss, but I don't know how to do it. So I might have to go through Huntsman's Copse first to do that. Here and then hidden path, huh? don't make sense. How do I get to the next spot? Looks like the other one where I can examine it. Like not. Maybe I have to open it from the fucking other side, I guess. Blech. Give me a little bit more worth to see the world in a different lens. I don't. What is this cave? Oh. That wasn't nice. Do gotta go all the way around. Piggy. I like how they moved all the enemies around. They really did put a lot of personality in the level. No! I'm so close to getting another level up. Where you going? Haha. So there's nothing you can do with it. Oh, you can fall all the way fucking down there, though. How cheap of me to play it like that. I still got a long way. But I got like a shit ton of bonfire settings.
Oh, do you have a lust for blood? Yes, of course. Why else would you be here? Do you give yourself the honor? And you will need blood. What's that? Undead blood, like your own. It's not as easy as you think. What do you say? Join the Brotherhood of Blood? That can hardly be the whole story. I want to hear what you really think. You want more than just a little blood. You want to be drenched in blood, mired in its foul stench. Am I right? Am I right? Oh, just say that I'm right. Huh? Now you are a sub. This crest of blood is yours. There. Another. You will serve well. Well, whatever you need. You know anything about, tell me if you need. I'm very, come back soon.
Oh. Ah. I wonder. Get the fuck out of my way. Stupid dummy fell. What a dummy. You bitch. I don't know if it's just like that here, but they made the fucking dark sword way too fucking powerful. You cannot go over there. So they moved a couple of the bonfires, but I don't know where they moved them to. I know they moved one down here. I have no idea where those other two bonfires would be. But it would make sense. Yeah, I think I can see it. Huh. Obviously, the last one is that hole in the ground, I think.
again. You have the look of a true iron dark diver Grandar, seeker of dark. If you seek true dark, I will grant it to you, as much as you desire. Well then. There you are. What filled the dark, those drawn. Fine, now, young. Remember. May the dark.
Well, I think that that's probably good enough. I mean, yeah. That's long enough.